barely trying to make it that the Biden administration supported. Healthcare, you've heard that 70 million Americans rely on federal support healthcare. Low-income children, pregnant women, seniors in nursing homes, people with disabilities, veterans, to pay the big super PAC donors that got Trump elected. They're going to strip 13 million Americans of health care to give those donors additional money. And while you may not be on Medicaid, it's going to affect you. Let's look no further than my home of the US Virgin Islands, right? Let me talk to you about what happened in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico has not received sufficient Medicaid. We are on a cap on the block grants that everyone here is talking about. Puerto Rico had federal spending up to this amount, and then they have had to make it up to that. The trend led to them going into bankruptcy with the debt and the burden that they had to make. Remember Promesa? That was all predicated on debt that Puerto Rico had. In the US Virgin Islands, our hospitals face a funding gap treating uncompensated patients because we are capped in the amount of money we receive from the federal government and have to make up the rest or just don't have it, that we have taken people off of the Medicaid rolls, so much so that our doctors have said that they do not have sufficient blood, oxygen, anesthesiologists to be able to meet their Hippocratic oath to be able to function in a hospital. That's what's going to happen with the rest of America if we continue on this trend. And for what? Why are we doing all of this? What is the point? The point is to give tax breaks to the wealthy, to refund the top 1% who will gain $778,000 per year. America, you're the side chick. We're the side chick to the one person that they've married, the donor class that they've married, and are giving them the real money. They're getting the real money, and you're getting a little piece on the side. That's what's happening to us. We are getting less than $1 a day, while individuals who do not need the money, like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, let's remember that whole front row at inauguration, that $1 trillion of net worth that was there have to be paid off. And that's what this bill is about. I yield back.
Mr. Swazi is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know that our country is so divided, our people are divided, and we see in this committee how divided we are. There's like two complete different universes that we're living in, and it's kind of the same debate that's going to be going on most of my adult life. The Republicans are saying this is a big, beautiful bill. It's going to get the economy moving. It's going to be great for everybody. And the Democrats are saying this is a big broken promises bill where the deficits are going to explode. We're going to cut health insurance for some of the most needy people in the country. And we're giving tax cuts for some of the wealthiest people in the country that are unnecessary. So the people are concerned about things like the economy and immigration and taxes and crime. People are concerned about health care, and we're just fighting with each other all the time. And this is an effort to just do one party, my way or the highway. Democrats have done it before when we were in power, instead of us working together. So we were concerned about deficits. Everybody's talking about the deficits. The president talked about how he's going to dramatically reduce the deficits. There's not going to be any more deficits here. Chairman Smith is concerned about the deficits. Chairman of Budget, Arrington, is concerned about deficits. Others are concerned about deficits. And as we heard earlier today, this is going to increase deficits by $4 trillion. Elon Musk and Doge says we're going to cut things. We got to cut. And they set a goal of $2 trillion in cuts, but then they reduced it to $1 trillion in cuts. And then they said we could only come up with $150 billion in cuts. And I guarantee you, mark my words, those cuts will end up costing money because they were done in such a reckless manner. So why can't we work together to try and find places that we can go after waste, fraud, and abuse, that we can find efficiencies and things, that we can work together to try and solve the problems that people care about? Why are we reducing the highest tax rate, which is, or keeping the highest tax rate from where it was before, was 39.6 until 2017. It was 39.6 under the Biden administration, under the Obama administration. It was 39.6 under the Clinton administration. For the wealthiest Americans, it was 39.6. It was reduced down to 37% for people making over $600,000. And for people making over $400,000 or a married couple making $500,000, it was reduced down to 35%. Why can't we just go back to 39.6%? It's not going to hurt those folks. They're going to do fine having that back again, and we won't be increasing the deficit so much. And we can pay for some of the things that we should be working on together to try and provide for the American people. Why can't we use Aaron Bean's committee, the DOGE committee that he set up, where we wanted to try and have Democrats and Republicans work together to try and find places for us to find efficiencies? Tariffs. Well, tariffs can be good in some instances. What we've seen this thus far has been reckless. It caused the stock market to go crashing down. It causes prices to go up. Businesses in my district were very negatively affected by the way it was implemented. Why can't we use this committee with its jurisdiction to figure out the appropriate taxes in a way to implement it in an appropriate way so that we can hold our adversaries accountable and we can get our friends to make their markets more attractive for us? So let's try and work together to try and address the problems that the American people face. They're concerned about rising prices and their wages and their benefits and their ability to make it in America. They're concerned about the border. Let's work together to work on the border. They're concerned about taxes. Let's try and do a reasonable tax policy that benefits the middle and the working class and those aspiring to the middle class, instead of giving tax cuts to the wealthiest people in America who don't really need it. Let's focus on public safety and let's focus on healthcare instead of taking it away from the people that are most in need in our country. I think if we could all work together, we could get a lot more things done instead of living in this bizarro world where we have this completely different view of what's actually happening before us right now. I think that what we see happening is an accurate portrayal of what's happening. But I know that there's a lot of good people on the Republican side that want to accomplish the same type of goals that we want to accomplish. And instead of trying to ram something down our throats that doesn't really make sense, especially for the people that are going to lose their health insurance. I mean, think of the 14 million stories of people going through some of the worst times in their lives, losing their health insurance. It's going to be awful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Schweikert is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And forgive me for doing this, but I wanted to geek out just for a moment, just because I've had a couple people sort of mention it. We were given a distributional tables, and there's a couple parts of it that we need to do a little bit of work on. Maybe I'm going to try to actually make a chart. Can you believe that? Okay, that was actually funny. And for everyone, if you take a quick look at the distribution chart, if you take a look at the first quartile, less to 50,000, as has been pointed out, and Mr. Barthold, thank you for guiding me the right direction. Just understand, denominator, very, very small, tiny changes blow that up. That one we almost have to set aside and build up. If you take a look at that present law, that's as TCJA expires, and you'll actually take a look at, we have multiple layouts of the distributional chart, and the numbers are different. So we're trying to chase down why the numbers are coming out. The other thing you also need to understand is you look at the distributional charts, particularly when you get into probably the top 6, 7 quartiles of income, that has also the pass-through income built into there. So it's total sort of income that is hitting those quartiles. So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to actually make a little bit of attempt to chart this because we're trying to get a sense of, most people don't understand in 2017 what we passed. All the rates came down, but it actually became more progressive, meaning the top quartiles of income we're actually paying a higher percentage of federal income taxes than prior to TCJA. So our friends here who actually care about progressivity, so I knew I could get that word out. We're going to try to make a chart and sort of demonstrate that I think that nature of the curve actually stayed pretty much the same. It's just the generalization, the rates coming down or staying stable from popping up at the end of next year. All right, and with that, Mr. Chairman, one last thing I want to throw out. I care passionately about the debt. I'm terrified about interest fragility and those things. I have two pieces of legislation. One we've been working on since last summer. We have it at CBO getting scored. It is a stunning amount of money because it would reform a big portion of the MA. For those of you, this isn't the proper place for it, but if some of you really care about the debt and deficits, come talk to me, because kindly, even some Democrats have been being very kind in helping us look for savings and reform. It just turns out when you're doing something complex, it takes time and complexity, a whole lot of talent to help you. With that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield for 1 second?
May I recapture? Shoot.
So on the distribution table, on the first page, page 1 of the distribution table, it shows for the people from $500,000 to $1 million a year and the people for $1 million and above.
Mm-hmm.
So between those two groups, the total revenues go from about $1.7 trillion down to about $1.5 trillion. So approximately a little bit less than $200 billion a year. $200 billion a year over 10 years is $2 trillion. You could cut $2 trillion from this bill if you just didn't lower the taxes on the people making over $500,000. You're concerned about the debt. You're concerned about pay-fors. There's $2 trillion on the people that make over $500,000 a year.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Suozzi, a good observation. We have to break that down to how much of that is a pass-through business, other types.
No, I know it's passed through and it's individual rates, but both things. Why should we be providing tax cuts?
But Mr. Suozzi, we also need to understand how much of that may be capital gains, other types of things. So we need to break down and figure out what categories that income is coming from. So look, as you know, I'm just fascinated with distributional tables. It's almost a fetish. So we'll work through that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing that there's no additional members to strike the last word, we'll now move on to amendments. Are there any Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Do you have a motion or an amendment?
An amendment.
Okay.
Thank you. Belay my last.
Would the gentleman suspend while we look at it?
Please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Gentlemen, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you can tell, a pretty straightforward amendment that would just strike the unprecedented $4 trillion debt limit increase that's in this bill. A $4 trillion increase that is the largest enumerated increase in the United States history. Look, while raising the debt ceiling is necessary to avoid default, a change of this magnitude does not belong in this type of partisan reconciliation package packed with policies that will only deepen our debt and deficit. Now, during the president's first term, this president's first term, the debt limit was raised 3 times, but each time through a bipartisan agreement, and never on this scale, and never through reconciliation. Now, most recently, Congress raised the debt limit through the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, which resulted in $1.3 trillion in primary deficit reduction. This reconciliation bill would undo that progress and add $2.6 trillion to the size of the deficit. And if the Senate makes changes to this bill in line with its reconciliation instructions to disappear the cost of the TCJA, it will be 4 times as much. Mr. Chairman, now's not the time for a bill that experts calculate could add an additional $6.9 trillion to our national debt. As it is right now, the national national debt stands at a staggering 36.2 trillion, almost the size of our economy. Interest payments alone on that debt now total 1 trillion annually, which is more than we spend on defense, education, or Medicare. And instead of investing in our future, we're paying down these past debts. You combine the fiscally reckless policies in this bill with a historic debt limit increase, it's just irresponsible. And it will put us in a deeper hole, especially when it comes to our debt and deficit. The 5.3 trillion in additional debt proposed in this bill will hurt working Americans. Extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act without offsets will increase the cost of the average mortgage by $600 to $1,200 per year. The increased deficits will push interest rates higher, increasing costs across the board from home ownership to business investment. Since this president took office, our fiscal trajectory has only deteriorated. Just last week, the Treasury Department increased its borrowing forecast for the next quarter by an astonishing 317%. It now expects to issue $514 billion in net marketable debt in the next quarter alone. We just can't afford a reconciliation bill, Mr. Chairman, that could add as much to the deficit as all the emergency borrowing for COVID relief. We really got to stabilize our fiscal outlook, not worsen it with another irresponsible debt-fueled tax plan. This amendment, Mr. Chairman, like I said, and as you can see, is very straightforward. It's an amendment that would ensure that we have this critical debate rather than giving the green light to massive tax giveaways with an unprecedented partisan increase in the debt limit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. LaHood is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to make the body aware here that Secretary Bessent recently warned that a failure to increase the debt limit would, quote, wreak havoc on our financial system and diminish America's security and global leadership position. And in my view, Mr. Chairman, House Republicans will not let that happen. I would also note that even Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Schumer admitted that increasing the debt limit is, quote, about meeting obligations the government has already made. And in this bill, Mr. Chairman, Republicans are taking the first fiscally responsible step to ensure that the country does not default on its obligations. And I yield back.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you. On the gentleman's proposal, is that a widely held position in the Republican Party these days, that it's responsible to raise the debt limit? Or is that only at moments like this when it's being used to camouflage a tax cut for wealthy people? Because I've listened to these arguments for a long time. And in my own experience, we used to do the responsible thing. If you voted for the expenditure, then you voted to raise the debt ceiling afterwards. That was cast aside in this chamber. The responsible thing is to honor our debts, but at the same time, I've listened to these arguments on the other side where you can cut taxes, do spending, and refuse to raise the national debt unless there's a Republican in the office of the White House.
Further discussion. Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm proud to support my colleague, Congressman Panetta's amendment. We're sitting here talking about a bill that is going to add $5 trillion of debt. Irresponsibly add $5 trillion of debt to the national account. As my colleague, Mr. Swazi, said earlier, we don't need to do this. We could, in fact, I'm sure we could do it in a very bipartisan way. Look at ways to make sure that those making less than $400,000 or even $500,000 a year don't see an increase in their taxes at the end of this year, but that we figure out a way to start paying down the debt, $36 trillion that we currently have. We know that a big portion of that debt is because of the decisions to save our economy, save American lives during the pandemic. That was the right decision then, but that is also a decision that the cost of that should be borne by those who benefited from it. not passed on to future generations. It's estimated that the bill we're talking about tonight, this one big, beautiful, giant debt bill, is going to add $45 trillion to the debt by the middle of the next century. That number is incomprehensible, or should be for most of us. That's 45 with 12 zeros. Everyone in this room should be saying, wait a second, is this the best we can do for our children and our grandchildren? And instead, you're burying in a sentence in a 400-page bill. In the dark of night, you've got a provision that says, okay, we'll just give a blank check to the president and the current Congress. We should be working at deficit reduction, not deficit expansion here. We have the chance to do that. As the ranking member talked about what now is a generation ago under President Clinton, in a bipartisan way with a Republican Congress, we balanced our budget. We balanced our budget by addressing both revenues and expenditures. That's what we should be talking about. Instead, what we're talking about is a giveaway to the president's friends and billionaires like Elon Musk, and a takeaway from working families. 14 million Americans will lose their health insurance because of this Republican one big, beautiful boondoggle. So we should not be burying a debt ceiling clause in this bill. We should be having a robust debate. We should be having a robust debate about everything rather than in the middle of the night facade of a conversation that we're having today. I support this amendment, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Panetta. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Ms. Malliotakis. Ms. Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Arrington.
How is Ms. Plaskett recorded?
Ms. Plaskett is not recorded. Yes. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Mr. Thompson.
How is Mr. Hearn recorded?
Mr. Hearn is not recorded. Mr. Hearn, no. Mr. Gomez. You're not recorded. Mr. Gomez, yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
How is Mr. Thompson recorded?
Mr. Thompson is not recorded. Mr. Thompson, yes.
How is Mr. Schweikert recorded?
Mr. Schweikert is not recorded. Mr. Schweikert, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Would the gentleman suspend?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
You'll see. Current policy baseline.
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Excuse me. I'm on mic.
Would the gentleman proceed?
Chairman, my amendment would ensure fiscal responsibility and genuine transparency. Under this amendment, no provision of the act may take effect unless the Congressional Budget Office certifies beforehand that it will not increase the federal deficit over the next 10 years based strictly on the straightforward current law baseline established by the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. This requirement restores accountability, stopping any part of the bill from moving forward until we have an honest, upfront cost estimate. Right now, Republicans are attempting to use the, quote, current policy baseline gimmick. Current policy baseline is DC jargon for the most fiscally irresponsible bill in history. Let me try to briefly explain what at first might seem like a very boring argument, current law baseline versus current policy baseline. Current policy baseline is a DC fancy way of saying a fraud. Imagine this. I bought an 8-ounce cheesesteak yesterday, the staple of any good Philadelphian's diet. Because I bought that cheesesteak yesterday and paid for it, according to current policy baseline, if I buy a cheesesteak today, it costs $0. If I buy one tomorrow, it costs $0. If I buy one the day after that, it costs $0. And on forevermore, each day into the future. Does that sound legitimate to anyone? Of course not. It's phony. It's a fraud. It would be a great mistake to create this precedent of switching from current law baseline to current policy baseline. And I do fear that under this new precedent, if we move forward with it, it will become the new normal, and that both sides, when they have a trifecta, will find it all too tempting to use. So we think we have a debt problem now. Just imagine if the fraud as known as current policy baseline becomes the new normal. This amendment, my amendment at the desk, and now in front of you, is in the best interests of lawmakers on both sides. I urge you to consider it. I know the way this process works. It is by nature highly partisan, but I truly believe, Mr. Chair, if members on the other side move forward with current policy baseline as the new normal, they will live to regret it. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Estes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make some facts true about what's really happening out here. I mean, this bill, as it's being brought before the committee, is $500 billion less than what the reconciliation instructions were for the bill. So obviously, as we've worked through and we structured the bill, I mean, we wanted to look at how can we be fiscally responsible and make sure that we address pro-growth economic policies. That's why it was structured the way it was, trying to make sure that we could jumpstart the economy. I remember back to 2017 when we had foreign companies buying U.S. businesses. We had what was being called the new normal, where we did not have economic growth, at 1 to 1.5%. And this, we can't go back to that. We want to make sure that going forward, our tax law supports good economic growth for American businesses and American workers. With that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have to say that I find this the most perplexing provision in this bill. And I've spent a lot of time scratching my head on how the current policy baseline can say that, $5.4 trillion worth of tax cuts equals zero. I want to associate myself with the comments of the gentleman from Pennsylvania, that this is just, this is not legitimate. I would yield some of my time to any one of the people, you, Mr. Swikert, I would yield time to you to explain to me how 5.4 equals zero. And you never should
Mr.
ask the
Chairman,
question
okay.
you don't know the answer to, but I'm going to break that rule right now.
Ours is actually based on the law. You're talking about the Senate. So I know there's a little conflation right now. What you're talking about is how the Senate did theirs. This is actually based on how, shall we say, Jody did ours, which actually is the expirations. So
There is no current policy in this bill.
Yeah, so I disagree. If you actually look at the math, I think you have just backwards.
No, I'm saying, you said that the current policy is not the base for this bill, right?
Mr. Speaker, current policy baseline, I believe, is how the Senate did their reconciliation budget.
Okay, thank you. You want some time? Yeah, I would yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Boyle.
Thank you. I will just quickly point out, and the gentleman from Arizona doesn't have the benefit of being on the Budget Committee, where Jody Arrington serves as chair and I serve as ranking member.
Will Mr. Boyle yield for 1 second?
Sure.
They wouldn't let me on it.
Me either.
We do have very good standards, yes. But, well, if one day the good member ascends to the Budget Committee, he would know that actually I gave House Republicans credit for not using this gimmick. Unfortunately, however, your Senate Republican brethren completely used and abused the so-called current policy baseline fraud. And it is a legitimate and justifiable fear that the final bill will reflect more of their version and actually use that gimmick. So what I would say is let's preserve the House prerogative being right on this matter and adopt this amendment. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
I yield back.
Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Boyle. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Horsford,
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
would the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved on the amendment. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prevents millions of working Americans from losing their health care coverage and will keep health care costs from skyrocketing by permanently extending the advance premium tax credit. If Republicans can claim that extending current tax cuts for billionaires don't cost the government money, then this measure, which is already law and already helping Americans, this should be first on the list. Thanks to congressional Democrats, nearly 20 million Americans have gained access to affordable health care coverage through the advanced premium tax credit. These tax credits haven't just helped people afford care, they've drove record-breaking marketplace enrollment and brought the uninsured rate down to a historic low. They've helped millions of hardworking Americans access affordable health care coverage. These are small business owners, farmers, entrepreneurs. They're our neighbors, our friends, and the engines of our local economies. But here's the catch. These enhanced tax credits are set to expire at the end of this year, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing nothing to stop these advanced benefits from disappearing. If we don't act now, nearly every individual and family that's enrolled through the marketplace will see their premiums increase. Now, to my Republican colleagues, this impact is real, you know it. If this bill is really about providing relief to working people, as you said,
then this provision must be included. Mr. Swikert, without these credits, premiums in your district would have been 41% higher for 44,000 people. Mr. Fitzpatrick, the average enrollee in your district saved more than $3,000 last year thanks to these tax credits. And Chairman Smith, the advanced premium tax credit saved your constituents an average of $670 on their health care premiums. In my district in Nevada, over 27,000 of my constituents are saving, on average, $424 per month. That's real money for working families. We cannot allow these enhanced credits to expire. Working families need to know that they can count on affordable health care. What will happen if Republicans continue refusing to extend the enhanced health care tax credit? The Congressional Budget Office estimates that more than 3.5 million people may lose coverage. Premiums could rise by nearly 8% each year, and working families would be forced to choose between paying for health care and putting food on the table. And in rural communities, they will feel this pain the most. That's why I urge all of my colleagues to act now, to vote for my amendment, to permanently extend these crucial lifelines. It's the right thing to do. Now, I want to be clear. Don't let them fool you. You cannot, in one breath, say it's okay to provide tax cuts for billionaires, and that can be free, and not provide tax relief for working families, for health care, for God's sake. So let's do the right thing. Let's vote yes on this amendment. Republicans are planning to let these health care tax credits expire, but we can avoid that. This is a choice. And I would yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when I was practicing full-time and Obamacare came out, there were a couple things in it that I thought were okay. Cover people with, pre-existing conditions and some of the other things. The sad thing is that the Obamacare monstrosity, which it's turned out to be, has done nothing but raise healthcare costs across the board, filter and flow money into insurance companies, which, by the way, are the biggest beneficiaries of all of this, and were the biggest beneficiaries of the last rise in Obamacare subsidies. So in 2024 alone, 5 million individuals were fraudulently enrolled in the Obamacare plans, costing $26 billion. They inflated their own income in doing this. A permanent extension ends up costing the American public, and remember, we're talking about our debt here, $400 billion. And guess what? Wealthy families making as much as $600,000 a year can still qualify for these benefits. That's not affordable care. That's money for wealthy families that gets flushed through our wonderful insurance companies. So if you look at really what this is doing, guys, this is pushing out more government subsidies that honestly distort the marketplace and end up causing higher premiums. They cost $400 billion more to make this permanent. And guys, we have illegal individuals who are getting these subsidies. We have fraudsters that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on this. Guys, we need to get back where less is more, because this is not helping the American public. It is not helping keep stabilized premiums. And the only people that really is helping is our insurance industry. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield that that I submit that we turn down this amendment, we vote no against this amendment, because I don't believe the scare tactics work. We have fraudulent practices going on, and the whole Obamacare saga was really an absolute disaster. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Further discussion, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of Mr. Horsford's amendment, extending the vital Affordable Care Act advanced premium tax credits. More Americans have health care today than ever before, and that's thanks to Democrats' investments and the expanded APTC. If Republicans want to talk about giving working Americans a tax cut, I hope they know that failing to renew these premium tax credits means that 19.3 million enrollees will see a tax increase. Families are currently saving an average of $2,400 a year on their premiums. What does that mean? It means that in my district, people who utilize enhanced premium subsidies will see a $1,173 increase in their healthcare premiums alone. In Chairman Smith's district, his constituents will see a $1,672 premium increase. In Ms. Van Dyne's district, her constituents will see a $1,500 premium increase. And what happens when low-income working Americans no longer have access to affordable health care? Well, they go without it. The AHA has called this expiration an effective tax increase of $700 on average for millions of people across the nation, and it would result in a $28 billion reduction in hospital spending over 10 years. So on top of the largest Medicaid cut in American history, they're now going to eliminate this critical lifeline for low-income Americans to be able to afford their health insurance. Republicans are sabotaging the 24.2 million Americans who gained coverage under the Affordable Care Act marketplace, many of whom reside in your own districts. I encourage my colleagues to renew these subsidies for their constituents and to stop thumping their chests and proclaiming that they're for the working American when this is a huge tax increase on working Americans who need health care coverage in order to be healthy enough to go to work. And with that, I yield back.
My colleague yields back. Is there any? Mr. Larson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I associate myself with the remarks of my colleagues, Sanchez and Horsford, and just say this, constituent of mine called in near disbelief. His name is Rob Yearwood, and he talked about how insurance has benefited him and his family and provided the opportunity for savings of about $1,300 a month. $1,300 a month. So his total savings for a year is in excess of $15,000 that he was paying out of his pocket. So now, with the passage of this bill, he will be in disbelief that while on one hand you say you're cutting taxes, you've just increased his by 15 grand. I yield back.
Mr. Arrington is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'll ask any of my colleagues on the Democrat side. Mr. Horsford, you could answer it directly or not. Just to be clear, this says that we would be extending the advanced premium tax credit to ensure millions of Americans are still able to afford health care coverage. President Biden, through executive action, expanded Obamacare, the ACA, to people who are here in this country illegally. When we say millions of Americans in this amendment, are we talking about citizens of our country, or are we also including the illegal immigrants in this country that Biden signed an executive order to include at tens of billions of dollars? And I'm honestly would like to know the answer to that, because it says Americans.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Budget Committee. As you know, the Affordable Care Act covers 20 million Americans under the marketplace today. Whatever executive orders were implemented under the prior administration, we know that this administration has issued over 300 executive orders repealing or replacing most of those. Now, my question back is the underlying purpose of this bill provides permanent tax cuts to big corporations and others, wealthy individuals. What is wrong with providing a permanent tax credit for eligible participants under the Affordable Care Act marketplace? Why are we not prioritizing them instead of giving others the benefits?
I would answer that. Number one, the Affordable Care Act did not make healthcare affordable. That's a different debate. Secondly, the underlying program has fundamentally changed.
So do you agree
Let me just finish. Let me
do you
just
agree
finish.
that 20 million Americans are currently covered, that they currently have insurance?
Yeah, well, they have,
and
they
that
have
tax-
insurance, but they may not be able to afford the health care, and that's the
Do
problem.
you agree that those tax credits
Yeah, I'm
expire?
reclaiming my time. The underlying program has fundamentally changed. You see, in the Inflation Reduction Act, so-called, which was a partisan Democrat reconciliation bill, you all expanded the ACA to anyone for any reason at any income
That's
level.
not true.
It
Come
is.
on now.
There
Let's
is no-
not, no, that's, what I'm not going to allow is misinformation.
Well, is it
Time
my
is
time,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman?
Would the gentleman yield?
There is no income eligibility cap, which is why people making hundreds of thousands of dollars,
Will the
$500,000
gentleman
and
yield?
above.
Will the gentleman yield?
Let me return to my first question, because I disagree with the expansion to people who could otherwise afford it or receive employer-sponsored health care. But here's my question for
So you
any-
agree that it
for
should
any
be for
Democrat.
individuals
If
under
I may just
40,000?
finish this, I think
Time
this
is
is my time. I
Mr.
appreciate the
Arrington's.
back and forth. I'll give you time to answer this question. Do you expect people who are here illegally to be part of Obamacare receiving this tax credit, which is the subsidy that allows people at one point under a certain poverty level to receive the subsidy? Now it's just wide open. So my question to any Democrat, do you intend for this to be for millions of Americans or Americans plus some group of people here?
Would the gentleman
illegally?
yield to answer the question?
Yeah, sure.
All right, and I'm going to read from healthcare.gov, which at the top of it says an official website of the United States government, which currently is under the administration of Donald Trump. And on this website, healthcare.gov, you can go to it, healthcare coverage for immigrants, it says people in these groups can get coverage through the marketplace if they're eligible. 3 bullet points: United States citizens, U.S. nationals, lawfully present immigrants. It then goes on with a highlight of a bold blue bar. Undocumented immigrants cannot get marketplace health coverage. They may apply for coverage on behalf of documented individuals. So the answer to your question is yes, we intend this to be for citizens and people eligible, not for undocumented immigrants.
And people who are here illegally and undocumented.
They're
like
not
DACA.
eligible.
Why did President Biden have to sign an executive order?
I
But Brad, answer this question for me. Why would President Biden feel the need to write an executive order to expand to a group of people who are here illegally? Just a simple question. I don't want government.gov. I mean, I don't want the government.gov,
I don't want the
by.gov.
facts.
I just want an answer.
So Jody, I
Yeah,
appreciate
please.
that. I can't speak for the President Biden.
Okay.
I can speak to what is the law as it's written and how
Okay.
it is presented by the Trump administration on healthcare.gov.
I would suggest
Gentleman's time
this
has
subsidy is
expired.
no longer for millions of Americans. It's now for millions of people who are here illegally under the
Gentleman's
last
time has
administration. We will clean that up as stewards of
Gentleman's
taxpayers
time has
and the
expired.
American people.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Sewell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a representative from a state that refused to expand Medicaid, I am delighted to support the Horsford Amendment, extending advanced premium tax credits. I am dismayed that while Republicans don't mind running up the deficit to give tax breaks to the wealthy, but they won't give 1 cent in this bill to extend the advanced premium tax credit. Advanced premium tax credits have made a tangible difference in the lives of my constituents. In fact, 386,000 Alabamians have chosen a health insurance plan through the ACA marketplace. This is a game changer, not just for Alabama citizens and families, but also for Alabama hospitals and Alabama community health centers in our state. However, these healthcare benefits are under threat. According to the American Hospital Association, 2.2 million people are at risk of becoming uninsured in 2026, while 4 million people are at risk of facing higher costs due to the loss of the ACA marketplace premiums. For my home state of Alabama, over 465,000 are at risk of losing their health care due to increased coverage rates. In 2024, Alabama had a record-breaking number of people enrolled in health plans through the marketplace. The advanced premium tax credits have saved low-income Alabamians real money. Without the advanced premium tax credit, a single parent making $50,000 a year would go from paying $157 a month to $299 a month, representing a 90% increase. These are cost increase on working families that they simply can't afford. The advanced premium tax credit is especially important to my constituents. Barbara from Birmingham wrote to me about her daughter's health care when her daughter was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Without these premium subsidies, health insurance plans would be prohibitively expensive. Unfortunately, Ms. Barbara recently lost her job, resulting in her daughter losing access to health care. Her daughter has no choice but to secure a health plan through the ACA marketplace to continue her necessary treatment. We are talking about a matter of life or death, and the marketplace provided life-saving access to care for Ms. Barbara's daughter, who is able to afford health care coverage that because of this subsidy. While Ms. Barbara's story is alarming, it is not just one story. I have many, many stories of my constituents who unfortunately reside in a state that did not expand Medicaid. More than 150,000 low-income Alabamians fall in the gap and otherwise would qualify for health insurance on the ACA. This is why I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of the Horsford Amendment, and I'm glad to support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
My colleague yields back the balance of her time. I'd remind those in the room observing, if you could take your conversations out of the room, that will allow us a better environment to have the exchanges that we need to have here in the room. I now recognize Ms. Delbene for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of this amendment. In Washington's 1st District, over 28,000 people get their health coverage through Washington Health Plan Finder, which is our state's ACA marketplace. Of those, nearly 18,000 save on their monthly premiums because of the advanced premium tax credits. These credits ensure that families can purchase health coverage that allows them to get preventative care, prescription drugs, and emergency care when needed. And we know that access to health insurance supports better health outcomes. My Republican colleagues consistently say they want to make America healthy again. I think the policy they're putting forward does not do that. They should all be in favor of this amendment if they care about making sure Americans are healthy. But instead, we're discussing tax breaks that benefit the wealthiest Americans and hurt Americans who are looking for healthcare coverage. These enhanced tax credits are set to expire at the end of the year and must be continued. If we don't extend these tax credits, health coverage will become too expensive and people will be forced to go without it. And in my district, ACA marketplace premiums will rise an average of 60%, with some premiums increasing more than 250%. Without these credits, a 60-year-old couple making $82,000 a year in my district will see their monthly premiums increase by approximately $1,200. A small business owner from Woodinville in my district gets her coverage from the ACA marketplaces and isn't sure how she'll be able to keep getting the health care she needs if premiums spike. She said the president assumes we have the wealth he and his friends have to be able to withstand, quote, a little pain, as he said in the past. But these enhanced premium tax credits weren't included in the Republicans' massive bill of tax cuts. And instead of investing in health coverage, our colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee are marking up a bill right now that could decimate Medicaid. Collectively, the bill results in nearly 14 million people losing their health coverage. How do you propose that we make Americans healthier while making health insurance unattainable for nearly 14 million people? And it's not just my constituents that'll be hurt if we don't keep these subsidies. In 2024, Florida received $2.2 billion in enhanced subsidies, and Texas received $1.5 billion. This is not a red or a blue issue. It's about creating a tax code that cares about all people, not just the wealthiest. We have the opportunity to do the right thing here. And if we extend these tax credits, we're making it possible for individuals and families to continue to take care of their health needs. I urge all of my colleagues to vote to permanently extend the ACA enhanced premium tax credits. Vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
My colleague yields back, and I recognize to speak on the amendment, Mr. Schneider.
Thank you. I'm proud to support Mr. Horsford's amendment. And let me repeat what I read a moment ago. And remember, this is coming from healthcare.gov, the government website. Quote, undocumented immigrants can't get marketplace health coverage, end quote. Moreover, due to provisions included by Energy and Commerce preventing all immigrants, legal or otherwise, from receiving premium tax credits, if approved, this amendment would only cover American citizens. My Republican colleagues are tripping over themselves to extend tax breaks for the top 1%, but for those making less than 400% of the poverty level, specifically less than $62,600 a year, oh no, we can't give them a break. 70% of the cost of permanently extending the tax of this credit goes to people making less than 400% of the federal poverty level. The characterization that $600,000 income households are taking advantage of the credit is simply misleading. Working Americans earning $62,600 might be able to make ends meet, but it's really difficult to think that they are getting ahead without this credit. This amendment would extend the tax credit that allows working families, American families, to afford premiums for health insurance, taking responsibility for taking care of their own families, their kids. 21,000 of the constituents in my district depend on this credit to afford their health insurance. These credits will expire at the end of the year. This bill does not extend, or what we're talking about today doesn't extend those credits. Without an extension, these families will see their health insurance rise by $1,000 a year. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimates that failing to extend these credits will leave 5 million people without health insurance. 45,000 of those would be in Illinois. This amendment would extend the tax credits for health insurance to ensure families stay covered, that parents are able to take care of themselves and their children. No working individual or family should have to worry about affording health care, not for themselves or not for their family. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield to my colleague.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And I appreciate you for putting the facts on the record. My good friend, the chairman of the Budget Committee, made a very broad and misinformed statement, and I don't know that he's here to back it up. But again, for the record, if approved, my amendment would only cover American citizens. This is in part because of provisions that are included in the Energy and Commerce Committee markup that prevents immigrants, legal or otherwise, from receiving premium tax credits. That is what you all are moving. So, but my question is still the underlying point. There are 19.5 million of your constituents who are at risk of losing this tax credit at the end of this year. So why would you move to pass permanent tax credits for billionaires and big corporations and not your constituents who need health care? I agree we need to bring down the cost of health care, but taking health care away isn't going to bring down that cost. So what is the plan? And I, for one, will not allow you to put out misinformation to the public and not stand behind it. So wherever Mr. Arrington is, I want the record to reflect that this bill pertains to the individuals that are eligible under the law. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Illinois.
Ms. Moore is now recognized to speak on the amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I am just absolutely delighted that Mr. Horsford offered this amendment. All of the time that the Republicans were putting their bill together in secret and telling their constituents, those Republicans who had the guts to have town hall meetings, told them that we were lying about them cutting health care. The time that the Republicans were putting their bill together in secret and telling their constituents, those Republicans who had the guts to have town hall meetings, told them that we were lying about them cutting health care. There's no way that they were going to cut health care. This is this contributes to the largest tax cut that this country has seen in its history. And it also is an effort, and I have to admire the Republicans for never giving up. I stopped counting when they tried to undermine the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, 60 times. And John McCain did the thumbs down because he was not about to go meet his maker and denying millions of people health care. And so we've heard all kinds of narratives and excuses as to why Republicans want to cut health care. We heard about the lazy boy that's in his parents' basement playing video games. There have been all kinds of irrational and illogical arguments that have been made. And so now we see, and several ahas, 20 million people are at risk of losing health care. Those who got the premium health care under the Biden administration, and also those people who are in expansion states are going to lose their health care as well. These are not lazy people. These are people who are not going to work. These are people who, in my state, weren't at or below 138% of the poverty level. These are people working at fast food restaurants, waiting tables, bartending, entrepreneurs that aren't covered by corporate employers that want to be responsible and pay for their own health care will now find themselves being driven out of the marketplace. And so I am delighted, Mr. Horsford, that you've offered this amendment. Do you need more time? Need any time? You always need time? And so I will yield some time to Mr. Horsford because I'm just really pleased with this amendment.
Well, I'll be brief. Thank you to the gentlelady from Wisconsin. So under page 315 of the mark, part 2, removing taxpayer benefits for illegal immigrants, section 112-101, it specifically lays out who is and is not eligible for the Affordable Care Act or premium tax credits. So Mr. Arrington, wherever you are, it's in the underlying text. Don't put out misinformation and expect your mud to stick. I yield back to the gentlelady from Wisconsin.
That's right. And so there are a couple of other things.
Section 112, 101